Oh, I'm sure I have plenty of stuff sold. I'm sure. Ba, ba. Oh, baby. Ba, ba, da, da. $200, $300, $400, $500, $595, and 4 divines. Pretty fucking good. We have a lot. Oh my god, no, that was really bad. That was sketchy AF. I'm alive, but alternating scepter kind of sucks. Got it. It was a perfected series, so... Here we go, Resolute Technique! No... Increased AOE. Oh, that's like a 30C. That's a pretty nice one. Why can't I? Oh, because I guess I'm not logged in. The fuck? That was weird. Cool. Okay, we got some massive ones here. Because we're experience farming. Cool. Well, at least I get a tailoring orb out of this. Oh, shit. Next tunnel. These take some time, so. I forgot I gotta fucking open these. Whoopsie. What? Why did the music just stop? Weird. I don't know. It's got weird gaps in this one. I mean, we already got a divine, so I mean, anything else is pretty much gravy as far as what we got. powerlessness. It is a perfect prism weave.
Checking something really quick. These are kind of shit. Increased shock duration on enemies is not the flex. Yo, Moggy, what's going on? Just thinking. Brutal. What's the WoW launch? What is that? Oh, retail. I mean, great. I'm sorry. Bet you're missing out on that. Yeah. So the good news with me is, oh, you pre-ordered and everything. Well, yeah, it does suck when you're like really excited for something and then you pre-ordered for it and you're not going to get to be able to play it on release. That kind of sucks. I mean, what I will say is that it's retail, so I mean, there's so much content that you're. I know you're gonna have the FOMO, but FOMO isn't gonna be too bad. Well, it is what it is, my friend, you know? Right now, we're in the middle of potentially... if I get to 75 divines... Big if. But if I get to 75 divines, I could pay for 5 ways from 99 to 100. 25 5 ways would be 75 divines. Ba, ba, ba. 4,300 chaos. Ooh, 184. Holy. What if I want 20 of these? 3,800. Can you run them solo? No. It would be a full carry. Oh, I can run them solo. It's 30 divines for 5 runs solo. So 41 div. I don't know what the difference is between solo and 5 people. Ba, 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 ba. That's about 3 to 4 experience a run. So. I think the difference is that I got all the currency from doing blueprints, so I don't really feel like it's being, like I'm carrying myself. I'm basically just using the currency that I obtained from Heist to my advantage. I'm level 98. I'm 14% into level 98. So I don't really feel bad about that. Also glad we're back to the light background music. Why, was it loud before? You guys could tell me and I'll turn it down. I don't know. The measure of the amount of loudness of the music does not help me, you know? Really? I didn't know that. See, you gotta tell me, man. Hey Ted, your music is too loud, bro. And I'll be like, okay. Let's fix it. I mean, loud and bad. It was great. Great music. GREAT. So there's a little bit of a strategy that's involved that I could do fully unlocked blueprints and walk back and forth 3 times and gain the same amount of experience as running them over and over and over again. So I'm going to save those blueprints, just in case you run out of blueprints. Yeah. Man, I was everywhere today. I went to see Taylor at work today because my work was so cold because we don't have heat yet at work because of I guess what happened was that we ran out of oil, and that's not our responsibility. That's our landlord's responsibility. Apparently, it's part of the rent. So they I guess because the heat's been pumping for so much that we ran out. So I like our electronics are fine. Heat is the real problem. Electronics, cold is not that big of a deal. As long as it's not absolutely frigid down there. So it's been like 40, 45 degrees. But yeah, so it's been a trip. So I went to work, had an on-site today, took care of the on-site. My coworker couldn't get to his on-site because he forgot that there was a second on-site he had to do. So I went to that one too for him. Took care of it for him. That was an easy one. Guy had a printer problem. He was scanning, but he was not computer savvy, so he didn't know how to scan properly. And then he had the scan on both sides selected. So he's like, I don't understand. I scanned 13 pages and it says there's 26 and it adds a blank page for each page. And I'm like, yeah, you have 2 sides turned on. Just turn it off. Oh, I see. Cool. Yeah, no worries. Super nice dude, but just gotta teach him. And then I went to see my girlfriend at work. And then I was there for a while and I answered a few work calls because I still have a work phone. And then I came home and it was 5:30. Or no, sorry, it was 5 o'clock. Then I went to the games and hobby shop near me because they had to put $290 of store credit on my card. And then I looked in there for a while, didn't find anything I wanted whatsoever, and then left. And I ate while I was at my girlfriend's work. I had Shake Shack. So, it's been a long day. A lot of driving around. So I expect to be like level, I don't know, like level 50. I'm sorry, 50. I expect to be at 50% experience today, possibly. We'll see. It's already 719, so maybe 40% is more realistic. It's pretty good. Like, it's not like insanely good. A lot of people hype it up. It's just good. It's how good burgers should taste. It's a little overpriced though. Like a mom and pop would make the same burgers for maybe $6 or $8, and you're paying, you know, more. $13, $14. Oh, that's good. Oh man. The tailoring orb is actually worth more than a divine right now, so I'm picking that over the divine. How crazy is that? It's like a divine. It's like a divine, like 1 1/4 of a divine. Although if I do 5 ways, I don't have like 75 chaos res, so that would have to be solved before I don't know if the fix on that is just to get a bunch of jewels that have chaos res on it. Yeah, 1.4 divine. Like the going back and forth, the experience per hour is like 29 mil, whereas this is 24, 25, but you get a lot more stuff, so it's a little slower, but you get more goodies. Oh, I did the wrong fucking thing. I thought those were rings, and that's not the ring. But I have until next Thursday, so... I, for the most part, can ignore all mods from these, like added mods. But the added mods look pretty scary. Like I'll have added fire damage or added lightning damage, and then negative 10% to maximum resistances, or like elemental weakness, and I don't have extra resistances, so it's just like, oh yeah, you're doing a lot less damage, or rather, you're in a lot scarier position here. Case in point. I haven't had any chaos mods, and I don't know if that's because there are none or that they're rare. Same thing with like Ziri. Like the Ziri shit is bullshit too. Honestly, next time I see a mod like that, I'm just gonna Alt F4, I think. Just reopen. Fizz is extra chaos and monster inflicts withered on hit. Yeah, I've never I think I've had the chaos as Fizz and withered on hit before, but monsters in the maps that I've had that, the monsters never hit me. So it's like so rare. The only time the monsters actually hit me are on those particular maps that you just saw. Here we go. Resolute technique. Let's go. Nope. Goodbye. Ba-da-ba. $20C or $20C it is. Why did I not pick any of this up? I don't understand where my brain was at. I just opened them and I was like, alright, cool. Almost got one shot. Oh boy. No bueno. On this one, we're going to go back and forth 2 or 3 times, because this is from Saucy Experience. I had a girlfriend at one point that was really into retail WoW. And I think she was collecting the pets. But, yeah. Also had a girlfriend who was very into Final Fantasy XIV. Both of those didn't pan out. She's single? Probably, but she was pretty fucking weird, man. Very into taxidermy. Very into taxidermy. Ugh. It's like for the longest time, I attracted horse girls and people that were into taxidermy. And I just didn't fucking understand it. It was every time. Oh yeah, I really love taxidermy. Okay. Yeah, I love my horse. I have a horse. We have an economy where the average median income is $42,000, but I own a horse. Okay. Can you afford the horse? I can. Oh, that's great, but means you could have an extra $35,000 a year. I mean, getting dates was never an issue for me. Just being with somebody who, like, didn't cheat and was a good person, that was the hard part. That's the problem with being a good person. People love to take advantage of you. Doesn't matter how attractive you are. But no, Taylor's good people, so very happy, in good shape. Probably gonna wind up moving in together. That's the game plan, at least right now, this year. Yeah, she's good. She works hard, and yeah, like she works pretty much as hard as I do. Not saying something. Right now, where she works, she's got a good career, and everything's moving in the right direction for her. So. And as for me, I've always been a ball of chaos when it comes to, like, business and working on stuff. I mean, I'm going to have my own board game probably in the next couple of months, at least a demo available and ready for print. And then we'll see how that goes. I mean, that might be my job for the rest of my life, you know? Or not, and just completely doesn't work out at all. But it's fine. I'm not going to quit my day job until I know. So, ooh, what we got here? 120C. Ooh.
Yeah, I went and got her, I bought her dinner and stuff like that, you know, like, she didn't get to bed until like 1 o'clock. She goes into work at 9. I was like, oof. Yeah, I mean, that's it, you know? I'm gonna try to make it as cost effective as possible for everybody, no matter what country you're from, and just have fun with it, you know? I think it's gonna do really well, honestly. She's a manager for like a high-end furniture / boutique store. Like a very high-end boutique store. Like, on paper, we're pretty much opposites as far as like things that we're into and what makes us what we are. Like, she's not into video games at all. She's not into yeah. Like, she has no idea what I'm talking about when I'm playing games and stuff like that, but she's there to support. She doesn't do any of my SCA stuff. She doesn't do any of my medieval stuff. But she likes puzzles, and she's, let's see. She likes puzzles. She likes to watch a lot of TV. She likes to relax, because she works a lot. And, yeah. That's pretty much it. She reads a lot, too. Big reader. And I read, but I read on Reddit. I don't really, like, read books. Not for lack of empathy or understanding of appreciation of books, but because, like, if I described my day to you, every day is like always busy. I would have no time to put a book in the time that I'm doing. But I'd probably do audiobooks. I have listened to a few audiobooks. So she probably won't pick up any games. We actually talked about it. She was like, I told her, I was like, you thinking maybe Grand Theft Auto or something where you can like just pick something up and just play it for a little bit, but honestly, she's just more interested in reading and just relaxing when she gets home. I have no problem with that. No issues with that at all. I was actually married at one point in time, and the person I was married to was also the opposite of me. So it's like more common for me. Because for me, I was an only child, so I really like my alone time too. And she really likes her alone time. So, like, we don't have to be on the phone all the time. I talk to her once a day. We talk for maybe, sometimes only 15 or 20 minutes, other times longer. And it's kind of that situation. Like, I have no problem, like, us giving each other our space. So she couldn't be happier if I'm just doing my own thing, if we're living together. There's like nothing here. I think she had mentioned before that, like, the thing that worries her about video games is the addictive quality of it. So, like, she, I think, had dated somebody at one point in time that was like, didn't want to do anything except for play video games, and it became like a major problem. Like, when you date shitty people, I mean, I'm in the same boat. When you date shitty people, you have a mentality of the shit that they do that is not good, you know? Oh, could have died there. don't know why I keep picking this up. I think it's like worth nothing. Yeah. All will be good though, as it usually is. A lot of mansion blueprints here. Let's get them all done. But yeah, I'm kind of a little tired today. Just been like doing a lot. Tomorrow I'm leaving work early. I gotta get a chest x-ray and make sure that my pneumonia is gone, but it feels like it's gone. I don't have the raspiness anymore. I feel good. Thursday I'm gonna be out most of the day. I gotta go to the doctor. I have to do all this stuff, but I'll still be streaming. And then this weekend, yeah. I don't have anything going on this weekend, so I'll probably be streaming again. Few fun things on the docket. Crystal Project. There's another MMO that I was looking at that looks really cool. It's definitely not the WoW killer, but it's super, super interesting. It's like very intriguing. Do I have President's Day off? No. 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 It's not really discouraging. Honestly, I appreciate that we are working President's Day, because there'll probably be no traffic on the fucking roads. Which is super nice. Because everybody else is off. I don't mind it. Everything is priced to sell. Yeah, sorry it was like a disco here yesterday. I really had no idea. It's probably because the Spotify. It's probably Spotify. And of course YouTube yelled at me for using Spotify. Of course. They're like, nah, we can't show your content in 2 countries because you played In the Groove Tonight as one of your songs. And I'm like, okay. And we're not gonna monetize you. I'm like, okay. I had literally zero viewers on YouTube yesterday. It's like, yeah, you got me. My fans, they're just gonna have to wait. Oh, man. What would be cool is if there was a way to pay, like, a little bit more money Spotify or somebody else and just be like, all right, your licenses are paid. That's it. You've gotten permission. As long as you're not doing anything, as long as you're not commercializing anything, you're good. That'd be super sweet. But a lot of the music was pretty good. But the same thing happens when I play DDR as well. Like, if I play Step Maniacs on stream, my YouTube just goes off. You've been demonetized. I'm like, I'm playing a dancing game. Like, what am I supposed to do? Mute the stream? How's that work? By the way, the reason why these enemies are the most dangerous ones is because they're physical and lightning. All of the enemies in every single heist place, like the enemy types, have 2 different damage types. And these guys have the best chance to crit, and they do physical and lightning. So they're like really scary. We have the 2 gods on that if we're standing still, we take up to 9% less physical damage. And then we take up to 6% less physical based on the enemies around us. And then, because when you're flickering, you're actually standing still for whatever reason, that's why we're kind of able to get away with it for what we do. It is great exercise. I was originally going to start working out again, and then in the last 2 months, I've had pneumonia. Like, just the entirety of the last 2 months. So I finally feel good enough to go play Dance Dance Revolution again. But man, I was feeling absolutely awful for a while. I'm just happy that I maintained the weight that I had and I didn't gain any weight, because I'm honestly surprised. Yeah, the Pantheon matters. Absolutely matters. But in 5 ways, do you get more experience if you're doing them quote unquote solo? I feel like with more people together, you gain more experience. Isn't that right? Or no? Yeah. Well, it's 25. 25 of them get you to level 100 from 99.
Yeah, 75 divine orbs get you to 100. Or alternatively, 200 blueprints, because for the most part, it's about 0.75% experience per blueprint at 98, and it's 0.5 experience per blueprint at 99. So you're looking at about 20 hours worth of gameplay. I mean, maybe longer than that. I don't know. But yeah. The downside right now is that blueprints are currently around 7 to 8 chaos. So they've gone up. And it's mainly because nobody's playing right now. Less people playing, less blueprints on the market, so... I haven't heard from Foe in a bit. I hope he's doing well. Sure, he is busy. Oh. Oh. Glad I waited. Oh, shit. That's a hit. %. Probably heard the music yesterday and unfollowed. Yeah, absolutely. That must have been the case. There was a day where like I went from 844 followers to 841 and then back up to 844, and I'm like, I have no idea what's going on with my follower count. And the thing is that it may as well say that I have 10 followers, because the people that followed me when I played MapleStory 2, when I was doing free runs, because like, you know, just trying to do good things for people. They followed me when like I got hosted by big time streamers. But like the people that follow me probably don't even watch Twitch anymore, or a lot of them don't. So like my follower count is very subjective. And I have no idea how to make it better. I do. I shouldn't say that. I do know how to make it better, but I would have to put forth the effort to like really commit to social media. And yeah. Yo, what's going on? But Drizzle, like, is the queen of that. Like, every time she, like, posts something brand new, got, like, 1 million people looking at it on frickin' Instagram. She's got, like, 40 or 50 people watching at a time.
And it's all because she's posting all this cool stuff on Instagram, and I don't have the time to make the YouTubes. You bought out the 3C blueprints earlier today? Nice. I bought blueprints yesterday, and they went all the way to 7C or so. And then I haven't bought any today because I've been pretty stocked. You know, I don't really need any yet. There is a pretty cool trick that's available where if you do a blueprint that is entirely completely unlocked, and you open all the doors and walk back and forth three times, and they're fully revealed, then you can get yourself pretty much as much experience as you would doing them over and over again. But the difference is that you don't get as many items, obviously. So I did buy a few of those just in case. Yeah, I was sitting on around 5k chaos, but I just converted to divs because I'm probably, my game plan is that if I do make it to 75 divs, I'm going to probably buy 25 5 ways to get to 100. And I can just AFK to 100. Go from there. And then, me personally, that makes me feel like the challenge is complete because I got all the currency from Heist. So I did use Heist to get to 100. It's right now it's 5 div per 5. So I might actually be wrong on the number. Might be cheaper. I don't know. When I did the math, that was how I was mathing, but I don't know. I think my math was wrong. Well, you just joined there. You joined theirs. Oh yeah, that's right. You don't have access to maps at all. That's right. That's right. I mean, at this point, you could finish the campaign. I don't think you'd have an issue with finishing the campaign. Didn't they make a heist challenge before? Which was like Delve, except all you could do is heist. And nobody liked it? I remember that. Holy shit, this is a really... Really? It's only 15 chaos? Additional imprisoned monster. 40% chance to drop additional raritum with an essence modifier. 5% more rewarding packs. That feels like... Feels like it would be expensive. I guess not. Well, fuck me. Oh, yeah? I mean, that makes sense. Considering they're not going to be worth a single fucking thing soon. That is a good point. Yeah, I don't see a lot of people starting the league. It's probably why all my heist stuff is not selling either. All my basic heist gear, since there's likely nobody starting up. I mean, here's the good news. And I'm going to emphasize this very obtusely. The slightly okay-ish good news is that there's a possibility that Diablo 2 Resurrected has some sort of update that's pretty cool. We won't know until the 12th or the 11th or whatever the fuck. But there's a chance. What is that? Tomorrow? We find out tomorrow? And then that starts, I think, a week after that announcement. Many people are saying that, though, that the announcement is basically going to be hogwash and bullshit. Basically, like, the announcement's going to be, oh, yeah, it's now on the Switch 2, so feel free to pay us more money and download it. Okay, thanks. And meanwhile, everybody who bought it because they thought there was going to be more content than what it was, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is Chrono Trigger. So we're all hoping. Hopium is activated. That's a T1. I don't think that's worth anything. No, not really. T1 regen, I can see on a regen amulet. I could see as possibly. Yeah, region Japan. Oh, price is 15 div for 5 runs. Yeah, 15, 30, 45, 60, 75 div. That's party. 30 div equals 5 run solo. Guarantees 10,200 kills or about 90%. We'll see. I don't know. Or I just do it on my own. It's going to take longer. But I have the whole weekend. Yeah, I mean, again, the logic is that you know, you gain basically a 1% a minute. It's insane. It's a lot of experience an hour. It's crazy. How close are you to 99, Fo? Yeah, I just don't want to lose motivation is really what it turns into, honestly. Like I look at it the perspective of like you're turning a screw to tighten it, right? Would you use, and you've been hand turning it this whole time. It's been getting tougher and tougher to tighten it via your hand, but it hasn't been. It's never too tough to do it with your hands. You just do it, and you do it, and you do it until it's done. But if you have a screwdriver available, it's hard to look at that screwdriver and go, when you have it. That makes sense? Probably makes sense. Well, I see it as a screwdriver because I've been working for all of this div, right? Like, I'm not in a position where I haven't been working hard to get the divination orbs to get what I need to do the thing, you know? The alternative is that I could take all that div and buy a simplex. And roll the simplex. Will I get the rolls I want? Absolutely fucking not. There's no way whatsoever that I'm gonna get all the rolls I want. But, you know. Because I did say if I got a simplex at any point in time that I would roll it and try to do the roll. The roll that I would want is percentage attributes, percentage dex, and pretty much any other roll. So it would have to be a Shaper Amulet, and it would have to be a Redeemer Amulet. The increase per 10 dex is not that big of a deal in that situation. So you're already adding enough dexterity that you're like going crazy. That would add something like, I don't know, I think like 700 dexterity or something. It'd be something absurd. Ooh, we got 2 of these, huh?
here because I may want to just hold on to them. Roll them myself. But yeah, my amulet is literally a stat stick anyway right now. And it's not even a good one. It's got the T2 increased dexterity mod of redemption on there. Basically, I rolled it and then gave up after I think 200 rolls. I hit that mod 3 times, and I was like, okay, this is the best one after hitting this mod 3 times. But it was a little annoying today. I went... May do more of these fractures next week. I'll have to take a look at that in a second. It was a little annoying today because I had went to 2 different shoe stores to get myself shoes, and the one closed, and then the other shoe store, Vans, they didn't have the shoes I wanted. I've never ran into the situation where like I couldn't just get what I wanted, like just go to a retail store and get it. I feel like I'm obligated to order it online, and I hate that. I don't care if it's free shipping. I just don't want to order online. Hokas are best in slot. I don't know what HOKA is. I don't know. I like it, but like, yeah. I will tell you that there's been less than a handful of times where I've been in a situation where I was like, damn, I wish I grabbed 2 of these things. You know what I mean? Maybe that's just my luck. Oh, shoe brand? Oh, okay. Got it. Well, Allbirds is really, really comfortable, but apparently they are not doing well as a company. And they, honestly, their shoe has been better. Like a couple years ago, their shoe was better. And it's like $115 for their shoes right now. So, like, they're closing all of their physical retail stores, and then they're refiguring their shit out. But yeah. But it's memory foam and then wool on top, so it's really, really comfortable on your feet. And wool tends to be very, like, weather resistant too, so you can kind of like walk through snow and be pretty okay. So that was nice. 12 or 14. Walk through lava in yours, yeah? But it was annoying because, like, there was an Allbirds at one point at
where I was looking, and then they were permanently closed. And I looked it up, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're as of February, we're closing all of our physical retail locations, and we're refiguring out the business." It's like, what the fuck happened to you? This is probably worth a lot. 2% global critical strike multi synthesized base. Only 8C. Okay. Plop it here. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I don't know what I would do for Forbidden Flesh. Like those two. I don't know if anything's that good from Ranger Tree. There's still got to be some idols out there worth something, so I'm still gonna pick them up. I just gotta hope. All right, cool. C.
Okay. Maybe we only get to 30%. We're moving. That's 821. Don't pause my music, man. Oh, this is actually worth something. We did it. Cool. We did it. Uh, 3C. Total 3C. Big bucks. The biggest dollar bills. Somebody was saying on the Discord, the guild Discord, they were hoping that they will buff spells, but I don't see it. I don't see it happening. I think if anything, they're gonna nerf a few things and leave things the way they are. They really need to buff spells and buff self-cast, but if they do, they're gonna make mines too strong. Mines and traps, so I have no idea how they're gonna do it. Is Chaos Dot good or bad? I don't know.
I don't know where it is right now. Feels like poison has always been like either really good or really shit all the time. And there's nothing that ever changes for it. Like somebody was like, oh, do these 3 specific nodes interact with one another? And it's like, your first poison is 100% increased damage. And it's like, there's 3 specific nodes that all do that same thing. And they were like, yes, they all work with that. They're all really good. However, and he like premised this with a however, it's the first poison. Typically, when you hit an enemy, you're like locking them down with 6, 8, even 10 poisons. So like, it's not that good. One of your poisons is gonna have 300% increased damage, and the rest of the poisons are gonna be regular poison. I did an Ignite build recently, and it was just okay. Like a dot Ignite build. It's just always a pain in the ass to scale damage over time. And what's crazy is that they have like the most supports in the like damage over time has fantastic supports. And it's quite literally it's the scale of the skill gem that's the problem. It has nothing to do with the supports. Their supports are insane. They're all more multipliers. That's like mines and traps. Like if you really wanted to bad enough, you can pretty much do anything. Any spell. With mines or traps. The difference is that the spells that scale best are going to be the spells that do the best as far as mines and traps go. That's it. That's why Seismic Trap was so strong, because it scaled exponentially with levels. So it's like a really easy build. But even then, there are spell-based trap and mine builds that are very strong because the skill itself scales so well on levels that you just throw traps and mines of that spell and make sure that the spell level of the skill gem is like +5 or +6, and you're pretty much golden. If you can get more than that, great. Yeah, I played Seismic Trap before it was nerfed, and then I played it after it was nerfed, and it was still really strong. Oh, 5/5 might actually be worth something, too. Oh! 29% thicket bow might actually be doing something. That was a scary pack, actually. And monster's blind on hit, so that ain't gonna make anything easier. And whole C. All right, so the 5/5 is 24C. I've been wanting to do arc trap or arc mines for a while, and every single time I see somebody talk about it, the range of arc is just much worse than any other build that essentially uses lightning as well, because the scale of spells is just so much poorer. So I'm just like, okay. Here. See, this is what I'm kind of talking about. Like, you'll get some blueprints. There's nothing there, and so like, if I hit the 15% chance to not trigger, that would have been more annoying than it would have been useful in that situation. Play your build? Nah, I'm good. Nah. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not fun, but it's like, I don't want to melt everything into gravy, but I also want to be able to like do all content. And I don't think Arc can do all content right now. Wow. The exception is cluster jewels. I think that if I were to have like some insane cluster jewels, oh shit. Hold on. 20% increased quantity of expedition logbooks. Strong boxes have a 61% chance to beat Arcanist. And then we got, oh boy, yeah, this is an expensive one. 165. Whew. Yeah. You avoid a lot of scary mods by being either traps or mines. I mean, you don't have to deal with reflect. You don't have to deal with certain things. But the other downside is that any herald mods, any of the herald stuff you have, doesn't work. Like, you're not the one killing them. So, like, you're limited to the ores that you're using, generally speaking. Rainbow Road, by the way. See, like, this is scary. I fucking have elemental weakness, so I, like, have no... basically no resistances right now. The only positive is that they haven't made their physical damage. They haven't added 1 million damage to their physical. I once had one of these where it was like, add 90% of their physical as lightning and like 100% of their physical as fire. And I'm just like, so I just get one shot? That's cool. One crit and it's all over. Wonderful. Just what I need. It's always only 2 mods for blueprints for whatever reason. Like, it's only ever 2 offensive mods. I can't tell you why. Whoa, look at that. See? That shield blocking 60% or 70% of the crit is like, it's keeping me alive. New shield. New shield's doing shield things. 73% chance to block. 60% reduced damage from critical strikes. Added strength, which really doesn't do anything. And then cold lightning res to make sure that my res is set up. That's fair. Doing a lot of blueprints. Which challenge do you have to do? Also, if you guys prefer Nintendo 64 music, that's going to be the next thing that will be doing. You get a cookie if you know what song this is from. Or what place this is from. Also, people that sell iLevel 82 blueprints for the same price as iLevel 83 are cocksuckers. Just an FYI. If you do that, go fuck yourself. That's all. Especially when you mix it in your iLevel 83s. To try to be a fucking dickhead. Really love that. Like, those are the type of people that I hope take a shower and then have diarrhea 30 seconds after and are forced to take off all their clothes and then take another shower. I don't know if you can tell how annoyed I am with that. People fucking get banned from TFT for less than that. It's ridiculous. As long as its music isn't 500 decibels, yeah, well. Yeah, I'm just mildly irritated. I'm about as irritated as I would be if I had given somebody the middle finger in my car. That's how irritated I am about that. It's like, bro. Don't be a fucking douche. Don't be a douche nozzle. I actually like the experience from Smuggler's Dens more than I like them from any other place. They tend to be just very easy to run. The monsters here are they tend to be very weak. A friend of mine gave me a suggestion as to what to play next, but the problem is that I don't know how much I want to play it, number one, and number two, I'm not like familiar with the game at all. But he's like a huge Final Fantasy fan. And he really wants to see me play like this modified version of Final Fantasy X. There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm just completely unfamiliar with it. I'd have no idea what I'm doing. And then to play a modified version of it, that makes it harder when I already don't know what I'm doing. And it definitely sounds like something I would do, but it sounds like a huge pain in the ass, too. So, like, you know, it's both something I would do, but a huge pain in the ass. So we'll see. I forgot to remind the owner of the company that I work for to make sure that he does payroll today. That's another really weird thing. Like, imagine like you're the owner of a company and the guy who's more responsible than you, who works there works for you, has to remind you to definitely do payroll so we get paid on Thursday. Like, it is topsy-turvy world, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking topsy-turvy world. Not even mad about it, it's just comical. Pretty much. I mean, like, you know, or he cuts us a check on Friday, you know, whatever he does. But my one coworker is like paycheck to paycheck, and he was like, yeah, so I didn't get paid on Thursday, and my bank always gives me the money a day ahead, and I have my money coming out of this check that I gave to my landlord. And I'm like, did you talk to the owner and make sure he paid? And he's like, no, but he made this mistake like a couple weeks ago. And I was like, yeah, he has ADHD, and he's being pulled in 100 different directions. He's not medicated, man. Like, you're gonna have to remind him and send him an email, or else he's gonna forget. I'm very used to handling people like this. I mean, he owns the company. There's nothing we can do about it, you know? It's gonna be what it's gonna be. I mean, one would think it's on an automated system, you know? Oh, hold on. No, we get paid. Like he gets to it immediately when we remind him. I'm not worried about that. It's not, he doesn't owe us anything right now. Like, well, obviously he owes us for like the next paycheck that's coming, but like he's not in a situation where like he's not paying us. It's that he forgets to run payroll. That's the problem. As soon as he remembers, he runs payroll. And if we remind him before payroll gets ran, or if I log into ADP, I can find out whether or not he ran payroll or not. So, it's direct deposited. But no, the last thing we need is to cause chaos. I mean, he just needs to remember. Oh, that's a perfect one. But that's a tempering orb. Yeah, like a perfect replica prism weave with catalysts on it with 20% more, so I guess you get, well, I guess no, you would want to do damage catalysts, huh? You'd want to do damage catalysts. Be no reason to do resistance catalysts on an item that has 4 frickin' 3 different damage mods on the belt. Seem like a silly thing to do. There we go. We found the one situation where I would have wanted both of those. Tempering orb and that perfect prism weave. We have not found anything crazy in these boxes in a while. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me while we do the same thing over and over again, looking for different results. AKA going crazy. That's true. Hey, all right. I am keeping up with my goal of 15 streams a month though. I'm very happy about that. I think it's been very healthy. Hasn't been too bad. Nice. Yeah, Immortal's nice. Every time I pull cards, it's ass, so I've stopped pulling cards. I just sell them. 1C per card. Perfectly fine with that. Pretty good. You've seen every mirror card. Even the mirror shard card, the 19 mirror shards. Oh, okay. So that's it. Got it. Somebody's calling me. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, that was the work phone. Typically, nobody calls us this late, but I am a general manager, so I have to answer no matter what. It was a customer, and I let him know, hey, like, your stuff wasn't done today, unfortunately, but it should be done tomorrow, and I have 2 things I have to do tomorrow, so just call me when you know you're coming in. I mean, he was pretty annoyed. I mean, realistically speaking, like, I didn't get back to him because there's no heat in the office, so I left the office early, and I've been working pseudo from home, and then I had to go to 2 on-sites today, which was unexpected, and it's just been chaos. So he was kind of annoyed. I mean, he fell off the side. But his data transfer, it was like 3:30, and his data transfer was still happening. So I'm just like, moving data is like the biggest pain in the ass, and all it is just takes time. Moving from a moving hard drive to a solid state, even data transfer speeds, even a 3.0 or 3.1, you're still looking at a slow rate of speed when you have enough data. Okay, so what do we got here? I don't think this is worth absolutely anything, but this is garbage. Good try. But he like thought we were open at 9 o'clock at night. It's like, bro. When we start being open at 9 o'clock at night is when we are handling thousands of customers. We're not even fucking close to there. That's gonna happen. I guarantee you that's what's gonna happen to me when I do this board game thing. I'm gonna be like, any questions? Email me. People will be emailing me from everywhere. I'll answer everything, but I'll start getting emails at like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. I'll still stream though. That'll be the fun part. Answering emails and questions on stream about the board game. That'll be a lot of fun. Assuming it's popular enough. It'll be pretty crazy. I don't know if you guys play board games, but... it's pretty cool. It's a board game called Evermore. And it's 25 different kind of novellas that you play through and takes place on a board that goes through for 10 rounds. You pick one of 13 different classes to play as, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. And there's different rules, and you choose what you want to do through each round. And as you play, you unlock more of the story, and the choices that you make determine what happens during the story. And you could play either a campaign mode, or you can play like individual things. Yeah, if you've heard of it's a very popular board game that's like $200, but it's very much like that board game in some instance. I know I'm not being very descriptive, sorry. Here we go! Oh no! We did it. 5 div. We did it. It's done. We have completed Destiny, ladies and gentlemen. Destiny is achieved. 5 div. Now, how long did that take to happen? Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, but I never took one of those swords over Divine or something that was worth a Divine or better, so. Gloomhaven is the game I was talking about. So it's like a story-driven Gloomhaven where it's not just fighting, but it's like a novella that you play through and an adventure every time you play. You nominate somebody on the table to read out the adventure portions, and you play through what the board tells you to do. So it's pretty cool. And we're planning on making it either $60 or $80, so it's going to be very cost effective. If you're someone who can't afford $60 or $80, which is perfectly logical and normal, then we're going to make a printable version. Yeah, no, I wasn't kidding. We're going to make a printable version, so like if you live in, for example, Brazil, Brazilians on average every month, I think, make something like $9 or $10 in American U.S. currency a month because they typically don't need a lot of money to survive and stuff like that. But we're gonna make a printable version and have translations, and then if you wanted to make your own novellas or story-driven storylines, our website is going to allow you to add monsters, add characters, existing monsters, or your own monsters, and literally allow you to print those out and play them on the board that you have. So it is an ever expansive game that you'll be able to just keep playing and have fun with. So that's our plan in a nutshell. And then expansions will be printable and all that stuff as well. So, in order to determine combat, all you need is a D6. So, and the application that we're hoping to have for it will have a D6 already built into it. So you can just use the app on your phone, and all the novellas will be on the phone as well. So if you want to read from the phone instead to kind of give the players that are playing a little bit more suspense instead of reading through it, you have one person basically kind of being the GM, but they also get to play, so they get to do both. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, no, it's crazy. Gloomhaven is a very, very popular board game. But it is a very heavy physically, and I honestly don't think that they make a lot of money with Gloomhaven, even though it's a $200 board game, because of how heavy it actually is physically. Like in order to ship it to you and all that stuff, I think it's like, I think it's literally like $110, $120 to make. Brutal. Whereas you'll be able to just get the free app and then print the board, and you're pretty much all set. You can have everybody with an app, and everybody can play. And then Gloomhaven came out with an expansion that's pretty light, and I think that's 120. But yeah, board games are big business, and then I would be making expansions and stuff like that. So like, you know, creating a living, breathing world and then doing everything with it, and essentially popularizing the game will make it so that people want to contact me and all that, and blah 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 blah. So I'll be inadvertently making myself popular. We'll see. It's a lot of work, so I've already been working on it behind the scenes. A lot of the art and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a lot of work. %. All right, we hit the 30%. I'm happy. Anything from now on is kind of gravy because we hit the 30%. Yeah, I don't have a Discord or anything for it yet. It's quite literally a one-person show when it comes to making this game so far. So, and it's been a one-person show for the last 11 years that I've been developing it. It was something very different a long time ago, 6 or 7 years ago. The game played very differently. But after playtesting, I didn't really like the way the game played out. And then I went back to the drawing board. The combat was like really, really poor. Yeah, so like it used Dungeons and Dragons combat rules with flanking and things like that. We eliminated that, or I say we. I eliminated that entirely. What I did instead was that, let's say you're facing a bunch of goblins. You put a goblin card in front of you, and you put a big heart based on how many goblins there are. And if they have 5 HP, you have 4 small hearts and 3 big hearts. And then you deduct. They get X amount of turns, where X is the amount of big hearts that they have. And then you just go through it. You can't you automatically target one monster at a time. So it's like really, really simple. And then they have a defensive value. You have an offensive value. Both can be modified depending on what type of difficulty you're on. There's a regular difficulty, and then there's a heroic difficulty. I took heroic from WoW. Like heroic dungeons. So you can do heroic, and the entire game is modified to be harder. And so the hardest way to play would be heroic campaign mode. So you're playing in a campaign, doing 1 to 25, and it's all heroic. So all the monsters are harder. You start with less. You start with less resources. You start with less stats. All that stuff. Character sheets are really easy. Everybody has a special skill and everybody has a passive skill, depending on what class you are. And you can equip items. The items modify your roles and abilities, or they give you special abilities and effects, and you buy them from the inn. So, yeah, 11 years. This year will be year 12. So when people ask me about it, you know, I learned a lot. I didn't give up on it. I always thought it was a good game, and now it really feels conducive. It feels like it flows really well. Every game takes about an hour to play, which is pretty normal. If you know the rules and you know what's going on, it takes about an hour to play. If you don't know the rules, your first game will probably take about an hour and a half. Understand the combat, understand what's going on. And then eventually we're going to make YouTube videos on like how to play and stuff, all that stuff. So but the cool part too is like the way the HP values are designed, like there's it's a little bit of a spoiler if you ever play. There's a monster that is very scary that we actually had dealt with in so the game is based off of a LARP, and every storyline is based off of the LARP that happened. The small novellas are LARP stories, and all of these stories were played through in real life, like in the woods, played through. And one of these novellas is based off of this strange mythical space creature that's gigantic that just wants to destroy the town, and it's quite literally a battle of attrition. And you're expected to die a lot in this because the entire town died multiple times. So like, I think the boss monster on heroic is something like it has 75 HP. The HP doesn't go away, and 70. I forget what the multiplier was, but it has like 9 or 10 big hearts. So it has 9 or 10 attacks, but you keep whittling away it every time you fight it. And as you fight it, and as you do special things like shooting catapults at it and doing different things, you make it easier to fight until you eventually kill it. But death isn't permanent in this game. You lose a turn if it's on heroic. If you die, if you die on regular mode, you don't even lose a turn. You just go back to the inn, the full hit points and life. But on heroic, you don't get free HP when you die. When you die, you're at 1 HP. So when you get up, you're at 1. You have to basically spend the next round in the inn paying a silver to be healed by a healer. All this takes place on a board, and you have a meeple. Meeples are just like the nickname for a little piece that you have. You have a meeple, and you choose what you want to do on the board each round. And one of the pieces on the board is the inn, and the inn has a number of different special actions you can do while you're inside the inn. Like I said, this game was really thought out. I did a lot of thinking of what we wanted to do with it. I don't think it's definitely not perfect. It needs more playtesting. So, but I'm hoping next month is the month where I finally get it into the stage where I can do that. So, start playtesting more heavily. There's a games and hobby shop near me that's like really cool, and I think they would be very interested. I appreciate it. I'm sure it will. I put a lot of effort into it to make it simple, and I put a lot of effort into it that the people who want it complicated can also enjoy it. So it's got some complex, like, really cool strategies, but it also has some, like, really simple, like, I just want to sit down and play and enjoy this story type of atmosphere. Like, being able to play it on a competitive level and being able to play it on a casual level. $31. We're moving. But we have until next Thursday. For Freesia. Yeah, 19th is next Thursday. Nice. Oh, that's a perfect prism weave. Pretty excited for the Mario movie. Super Mario Galaxy. I'm disappointed that they speed ran to Super Mario Galaxy, but I also understand because that game was very popular. But I'm very unfamiliar with the lore, so it's going to be interesting. Like, they could have done Sunshine first. That's all I'm saying. They still can, but they could do They could have done Sunshine first, you know. This is 25C. Yeah, you would do all you would do Elemental. Yeah, you would do Elemental catalysts on this. And then you would get all the everything is Elemental. So you still need to see the first one. It was So it was fine. Like, it was a feel-good movie, and it was a fun adaptation. The original Super Mario Brothers movie was fun for being bad. And then you listen to the stories of how apparently they were drunk on set and they were just like, F it, we're just gonna do whatever. And if you hate that, I'm just gonna walk away. Like crazy stuff like that happened on set. And you're just blown away that it even exists. I mean, God, why the fuck am I lost here? The crazy part is that for the amount of Nintendo movies that exist before all of this, there was only, I believe, 2. One Nintendo movie was called The Wizard, which is one of my all-time favorite movies. It's goofy as fuck. It's crazy. If you've never seen it, it's insane. It's literally a Nintendo advertisement. There's a kid who is such a crazy story. So there's a kid who's gifted in playing video games, but really doesn't talk. So he's got something going on. He's not dumb, and he doesn't have ADHD or autism or anything like that. I think that it's like trauma inflicted because he had his parents got a divorce, and he was in a yeah, it's with Fred Savage, and he was in like a special home, or whatnot, because his parents had gotten a divorce and there was something that was going on. So Fred Savage's character basically says, "Hey, you got the most ridiculous score on Double Dragon I have ever seen in my life. And you've never played Double Dragon before. You are a prodigy." And obviously this is like crazy, because here's a poster that in California at Universal Studios in California, they're going to hold a Nintendo tournament, and we got to go. Like, obvious, and there's a $25,000 grand prize. We got to go. Like, this is going to solve all of our problems. So there's these 2 kids start hitchhiking to California. And along the way, they're meeting up with all these other main characters. Some of them are going to be there at the tournament, or mainly one is going to be there at the tournament. There's a meme about the Power Glove that still exists today. And yeah, it's this crazy fucking movie. And then you find out that like some of the parents really like video games too, and they build in this like kidnapping plot that also exists because one of the kid's parents inadvertently hired these guys to get the kid back, and they're willing to pay any amount of money to do so, but they don't realize that the kidnappers are like real douchebags, and they just want the money, and they'll do anything it takes to go ahead and get the money. And then they have to add a love interest, so Fred Savage gets a love interest from a girl that they meet in like the Vegas area who really doesn't have a home and kind of lives on her own, because it's crazy. It's like it is a crazy movie. Like, you just say it out loud and you're just like, what the fuck? The reason why it was such a Nintendo advertisement. Hold on, my music die again? No, it's fine. Okay. The reason why it was such a Nintendo advertisement is because at the time, Super Mario Brothers 3 had not been released yet. And what Nintendo said was you know what we're gonna do for this tournament. At the end of the tournament, these guys are gonna play a game that they've never played before. So as the audience, you witness for the first time Super Mario Brothers 3 being played in a public setting. Like, if you watch this movie at the beginning, like, that was crazy. And Fred Savage's brother wins, of course. He somehow finds the 2 warp pipes, and these warp pipes apparently give him crazy amount of points. It's like, it's all made up, because you don't really get points that way, but, you know. But at the time, if you were a kid and you were watching this and you've never seen Super Mario Bros. 3 before, holy shit. You were like, you were at the edge of your seat. And then you were like, "Hey, Mom, I want to play this game. Like, I buy this for me." And it was right like before. It was right before the It was like right before Christmas or something. It's like something crazy. The main reason why I felt like they did it was because they had a big pushback from Super Mario Bros. 2. I don't know if you know the story of Super Mario Bros. 2. So they took a video game, that wasn't Super Mario Bros. 2, and they reskinned it as Super Mario Bros. 2. And the reason why is because in Japan, Doki Doki Panic, because in Japan, Super Mario Bros. 2 was Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, and it was incredibly difficult. And they gave it to an American audience, and the American audience that played it, and all of the test audiences, all the American audiences were like, what is this? Like, this is way too difficult. We can't handle this. And it was like a super crazy learning lesson for Nintendo, because typically Nintendo as a company has kind of like built-in ways for you to learn how to play the game. And they did something entirely different. I think is one of the only times they ever did something entirely different, where instead of teaching you how to play the game, they assume that you're already an expert of the game, and they're gonna give you that difficulty based on that. And that's what it was. So the Lost Levels was insanely hard. They still released the Lost Levels to the United States. What they did instead was they, with the Lost Levels, they put it on the Super Nintendo console of Super Mario Brothers, like the four games that you got. You got 1, 2, 3, and Super Mario World on one. Oh, 5 divines. There it is. Super. But yeah, so that's how you got to play it, is you got to play Super Mario All-Stars in order to play it. Deserve a fuck you, yeah. But yeah, it was cool. But yeah, even then, when it was played on All-Stars, it was like incredibly hard. But by then that was towards the end of the Super Nintendo's life, and you were already at Nintendo 64. So like, if by then you weren't really like, if by then you cared enough, you were already potentially gonna get Super Mario 64 and all that stuff. So it just was what it was. Yeah, Gauntlet Legends on Nintendo 64. So, interesting fact about Gauntlet Legends on Nintendo 64. I played that game. So, we beat that game in one day. And by we, I mean I had an entire birthday party dedicated to beating Gauntlet Dark Legacy on Nintendo 64. And we like rotated controllers and played through it. It was crazy. I don't think we unlocked everything because that's a lot of work. Oh, then it was just the regular. I know it was Nintendo 64. 100% Nintendo 64. Or no, I'm sorry, GameCube. It was GameCube. It was GameCube. I was gonna say it is definitely Dark Legacy. My GameCube got a lot of work. I worked at a Boy Scout camp, and you stayed there for 9 weeks. I even took it there. That's how crazy I was using it. Almost perfect fizz damage. I think it's going to be better than this. T3, T3. At one point in time, I was thinking about tailoring orb is great. Tailoring orb is like a div and a half. So, at one point in time, I was thinking about being a video game historian, but didn't work out. It would have required me to have more social media presence, probably. So. Yeah, no, I'm on sell immediate. So I get it though. Yeah, I had 9 to sell Faustus just a couple hours ago. Sold them all. 8C. Yeah, I'll be honest with you guys. Once I get a new computer, or at least have figured out the problems with the camera with this one, I'll probably have camera on again. It's not like that big of a deal, but yeah. Do I still make YouTube vids? I haven't in a while. I've been incredibly busy. The Maryland event that I went to, I got re-invited to cook there for 2027 because I did so well. So that's pretty awesome. But like, yeah, I haven't made any SCA or SCA adjacent YouTube videos in quite some time. And honestly, they're really easy to make. I should just make them. There's an event that I'm going to that requires me to really dress up very, very pretty. Like in special garb. It's called the Venetian Carnival. It's supposed to be based off the 15th century. And I will probably make a YouTube video on that. On the garb and what I'm wearing and all that stuff. Yeah, it's just... I know what the problem is. And the problem is there's no easy fix to it. I'm running Windows 10. And I cannot upgrade this to Windows 11. My motherboard is not compatible. And in the conflict of Windows 10 and Windows 11 and everything that is happening, there's some sort of plug and play driver that does not want to work properly on Windows 10 anymore. And so my only choice is to upgrade to Windows 11. And that's not really a choice for me. And eventually I do need to upgrade to Windows 11. But in order to do so, I need like, I don't know, like $1,200 for a new computer. And I had saved up about $25,000. Like, I'm not even kidding. I saved up about $25,000 to pay off all my bills. Got it all done. But, like, I could have taken some of that and put it towards a new computer. But, like, now, because I'm only paying basically my monthly rent, and I don't have a car payment to make anymore, I don't have, like, any major bills anymore, it's been a lot easier for me to save. So I would say probably in the next 6 months, maybe. Especially the way, if I'm lucky and technology crashes a little bit. Yeah, but, I mean, Micro Center's been having pretty good deals regardless of that, though. So, oddly enough. Yo, what the fuck is going on? Get out of here. Micro Center's been having good deals. Even Costco. The only downside is that the amount of RAM. Like, it's great if you only need 32 gigs of RAM. Not that big of a deal. If you're somebody who needs, like, you know, 128 gigs of RAM, very, very different story. So, that's when it becomes a problem. Well, that's the other issue too. I typically go on vacation. Oh my god. Okay, I didn't die. That's good. I typically go on vacation, and when I go on vacation, it's expensive. They're both in Pittsburgh. They're both camping events. Like, I'm not bringing my own food. I'm cooking some of my food, but most of it is, like, purchased. So, like, yeah, it's not easy. The good news is towards that event, it's in Cooper's Lake. Near Cooper's Lake, about 30 minutes near Cooper's Lake, is a Costco. So that's the good news if I want to cook all the time. But, like, I don't have the means to do that where I'm camping. So it's typically, like, $1,000 twice. It's like $2,000 there. And they're both fun. One of them is Drakenfest. I did go to Drakenfest last year. It's the biggest LARP in the United States. It's based off of the Drakenfest event in Germany. Yeah. And then I also go to an SCA event called Penzik. And typically, I do that. I do War Week of Penzik, and I basically hang out with my best friends, and we just have fun and relax and do combat and hang out outside and just do nothing and just chill. It's pretty nice experience. It's hot, but it's a pretty nice experience. So we'll see. Is he? Yeah. I wonder what LARP he goes to. There are a lot of good LARPs in the Pennsylvania, New Jersey area. New Jersey is pretty much like the LARP capital. Oddly enough. Yeah, I used to stream D&D a lot, and I was actually thinking about this in the car today as to why I don't do D&D anymore. And part of it is because when my best friend passed away, a lot of my D&D running was because he'd always asked me to run D&D for him. and I made sure it was like the best possible D&D experience for him because he always DM for us, and then I kind of became a permanent DM, but then he died, so like, you know, it's a lot of feels. But also like I don't have time, you know, and I don't want to give anybody a subpar experience. I used to do improv all the time for D&D, and there's no problem with that because I also had written notes, but like I don't even think I would have time to write the notes prior to the event. So nah, don't sweat it. It is what it is. I mean, he's a good guy, and it's tough. I knew him for almost 20 years, so it wasn't like one of these things where like he was in and out of my life. Like I literally spoke to him and played WoW with him the day before he passed away. So it's like a really crazy scenario. So, cause he got me into WoW too. He wanted to play classic WoW, and he wanted to play co-op with me and hardcore. He kept dying in hardcore. It's pretty funny. So he was someone who had sleep apnea, and he was letting his weight go. And he was, I think, at the top end, he was almost 500 pounds. And he was still walking around. He was still doing what he could. But it was bad. And he was depressed, and it was like a cascade of everything that was going on. And eventually he woke up one day with, you know, with all of his health conditions and health issues. He woke up one day and he took his dog out for a walk. And while he was walking his dog over to the thing, he just collapsed. And they tried to revive him, and they basically said that his heart was completely dead. Like there was no reviving. They would have had to give him a heart transplant right then and there to revive him. So I would say he probably passed away due to depression. His life wasn't the way he thought his life was going to be. He had 3 kids. So he left the world with 3 kids behind him. With the same person, you know. But their relationship was rocky. It was tough. But he had heart issues previously to that, and he had to wear a special vest for 6 months to shock his heart to make sure it was okay. And his doctor basically told him, like, you need to lose weight. We want to give you some options to lose weight. Like they were considering the gastric sleeve and all that. And I guess his sister talked him out of getting the gastric sleeve. I wasn't in the picture because him and I had a falling out for a little while. And then we got back to talking again. But I guess he was talked out of getting a gastric sleeve, and in doing so, it essentially like sealed his fate. Although who knows? You know, I mean the gastric sleeve could have been a whole different situation too, and you know, who knows? So that's the whole story. He used to go to LARP all the time and all that stuff too. He liked everything I liked, gaming wise. We were fast friends and all that. So played Magic the Gathering with me for a long time. He was part of my team in Magic for a while. While we had a Magic team. I don't really do that anymore. I don't even have time to play. But no, that's why I tell everybody, like, always take your health seriously. It's why, like, That's why I got my surgery. No, I got brain surgery at the beginning of last year. So had to get brain surgery. That's why I'm still here. Not to sound like a Debbie Downer. Nice. 99. But yeah, I had very serious brain surgery at the beginning of last year or so. And I went through that, and that was fine. No complications, no issues. Oh, wow. So you had a lot of time. That's fair. Terraria is one of those games where I really enjoy playing it, but I have no idea how to play it effectively. That's kind of like Minecraft. Like if I ever pulled up Minecraft and I was like, yeah, I'm ready to play Minecraft, I could probably like make houses and cool stuff, but I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh yeah. The thing is I'm really good at video games if I play them long enough, but also if I want to play it competitively. My problem is that Terraria is one of those games to me that I would probably never want to play competitively because it just feels like it's it almost feels like it's not designed to be that way, even though you can play it. You can play it in such a way that, you know. I've also watched a lot of speedrunners play Terraria as well. So I understand what good Terraria gameplay looks like. Not unfamiliar. Yeah, Ryu Quetzalcoatl used to stream, and he retired from streaming for the most part. Because I think he's in the middle of developing his own game, and he had some personal real life stuff that happened. But he used to play it a lot. So wow. It's that kind of stuff that you want to see on games done quick, you know? Those crazy type of runs, those crazy challenges. I actually didn't like the last games done quick. I thought the games that they chose for it were really poor. I was trying to find any game that I really wanted to watch, and like there were just either too many indie games or there were too many like games that I just didn't care about. And like they keep saying that they got to reinvent the wheel. Like just do the fucking wheel, man. Like that and RPGs too. Like it's like they never do an RPG that anybody is really interested in watching. It's always some wacky RPG or like, yeah, I'm just like, don't do something that's new. Do a regular game that everybody knows, that everybody enjoys. Like, there's no downside to that. But Games Done Quick is so close to me that there's probably going to be a year eventually. If this board game thing really takes off, I'll probably be doing, like, I don't know, probably advertising at the hotel when Games Done Quick is happening or something. Some sort of sponsorship and meeting up with people that want to play the board game. Because it's in Pittsburgh. It's a 5-hour drive. It's, like, not bad. The wheel is why we watched every year. Gotcha. Why would you have me pick up 11%? Like, do a Final Fantasy VI run. Final Fantasy VII. Do Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals. Do, like, Soul Blazer. Do some of these old school Super Nintendo RPGs. Get some Castlevania Symphony of the Night in there. You know? Like, just do classics. Honestly, you know what it is too, is that they really don't have a coordinator who handles like surveys as far as, oh, what did you like and what did you not like? Like, we never get that at the end of these GDQs either. And I guarantee you that if we did, it'd probably be on the right track without all the chaos, you know? I don't know. It's not my circus and not my monkeys, you know? I do have a couple friends that do go every year, though. My one friend from Massachusetts, Alan, he has no social media. Like, he actively deleted all of his social media presence. But, like, I used to see him all the time when I lived in Massachusetts. For the little while that I did, for 6 or 7 years that I did. And he was connected to Game Underground. And he, like, actively handles, like, all the hardware, all the arcade stuff. Very cool, dude. But, like, no way to get a hold of him. Like, I think the only way is by email. There's a couple celebrities that are like that. T5, T8, T3. Not the best. T3 maximum energy shield. Bonus cookie if you know what game this is from. You probably won't, though. It's very difficult. This is, I would say, this is like rated 8 out of 10 on difficulty scale of understanding what game this is from. It's a great game, though. It was one of the only games in its time that in the battle stages, it was from side-scroll perspective, whereas the entirety of the game was from top-down perspective. Pretty interesting. It was Pocky and Rocky 2. Like this, like for example, this song or this game was so popular that I'd give this guess like a 1 out of 10. Like you should probably know, if you played video games, what that song was from. Some of these are more obscure. This is like a random mix. Like I have no idea what this song was from. Bad boy up. We made a lot of currency today, to be honest. I mean, we made... So we have the Resolute Technique weapon, which is 5 div. We have the... maybe even 4 div. We made 5 raw div. There was another big item that was a couple div. It's been a good day. For like 3.5 hours of gameplay, 3 hours and 51 minutes of gameplay to make like 12, 14 div is pretty good. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, imagine if that was a T1 life roll. 5 div. I don't think so, but probably not, but you have enough fragments for an Uber boss. Nice. Well, yeah, I mean, time to get beat up by an Uber boss. No. Nope. I've done enough bosses. Yeah, all I need to do now is red maps. All my red maps. But I have all my, most of my maps done. And uniques if I really want to do them. For completionist sake, I guess I could. All this is shit. But we got Cirrus down already. We got Shaper down. Based on how Mage Fist did, based on how Mage Fist did one of the bosses, I need a double strike. It's not that big of a deal. But you do a swap out for one of the bosses. Because you can't flicker on the boss, because when you're on top of it, it just kills you. Maven. For like the Maven brain, just kills you if you're on top of it. We're getting pretty full here. A lot of shit. Well, that's good. I mean, as long as I'm having fun, I don't really care how long it takes. I just don't want to be in a situation where I miss out on being able to miss out on being able to level my character because I waited too long. So. Wow, 14 Chaos Ring. That's great. I'm sure those fragments are very cheap and definitely don't cost 14 Chaos Orbs. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, it's only 40C. It's like nothing. Alright, nothing to me. I'm sure they mean something to somebody, but sketchy. Poised Prism. We're almost at 40%. That was our bonus record for today. That we're gonna get to 40%. That means we made over 60% experience today, which is pretty good. Or no, never mind. It means we made about 35% experience today, maybe 30%, something like that. I don't know why, for some reason, my brain thought that I just leveled up, but I did not just level up. It's not the case. Wasn't even close. Oh, Gambrel 736, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. You get a jazz ensemble. Arguably on the best part of this song. So you get double good vibes.
Gambrel _ 736 just followed.
Yeah, let's open trying Uber Elder? I think you could do it, honestly. It could be fine. That's a lot of leather belts. No, I know it's a lot tougher. I'm aware, but I'm just saying, I think you'll be fine. 15 Chaos or 12 Divines. Yeah, I don't think it's either of those. I think it's great, but... I don't want to list all my items. I want to be totally lazy, and I know that I can't be. Ugh, it's gonna suck. The other thing that sucks is like the items for Heist haven't really sold at all. They haven't been moving. So I may just take all the items from Heist off. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Safes are gonna get better stuff than. Oh, they're not even either. What a stinky blueprint. Sometimes like that, though. Oh. Song of some water world? Wow. I would not have guessed that. Getting chased by 100 orbs. Listen. You picked this madness. Let's list everything. Resolute technique. That's gonna sell. That's pretty cool. I'm glad to have hit it at least once. So are these cheaper now? Is that why they're not selling? No. They're... Oh, hold on. 83. 83. Base item. Still 83. 83. 24. Yeah, fucker. 20. 20. Here we go. Bargain bin pricing. I don't give a rat's ass. Are you heisting? Well, come on down. Because they are as cheap as it gets. $12, yeah. Believe me, play the cheap game with me. I will just list them for free. I don't even give a fuck. Oh, and these too? Yeah. Check these. 83. 25. $10. go with 8. 10. Let's go with 8. I'm sure somebody will say something eventually, like, wow, you always have the cheapest items. It's like, yeah. It's not worth anything unless it's sold. Two. What is this in there? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. This is like 75C. Uh, 83. 13C, so 10C. And these are 10C, so 10C. C. It's gonna be 20C. Seven C. What did I list this ring for before? I just listed this ring, yeah, right there, 8C. I was like, I definitely did the thing. I just don't remember where the thing is. We listed this before. It's 4C. See. The one thing I will say is that if for some reason the heist items do not sell by tomorrow, I'm literally gonna vendor all of them. And just make room and not pick them up. To see. This was 120 chaos right now, so let's do 110. All right, Moggy, I'm just listing everything, and then I'm probably gonna call it here anyway. So appreciate you. You have yourself a good rest of your night. Two. All right, that's empty. 20, 40, 60, 2 chaos. All right, we're all done. Oh, man. We're all set. We're tired. We're going to go relax. But appreciate everybody who hung out today. Thank you, Gambrel, for following. And yeah, that's all I got. Appreciate everybody that's here. Thanks for hanging. That's really all she wrote. The plan tomorrow is to do more heists and see what I can do to get the ball rolling in the right direction. But yeah, I will see everybody tomorrow. Same time, same place, by 6:30 as usual.
Have a good night.